Hello and welcome everyone. Hello and welcome back again. Welcome back to yet another episode of Grim Dawn walkthrough series done with dual pistol fire elemental purifier. Now, a little bit of a recap before we begin today's episode. So basically what happened off stream, because a lot of stuff happened off stream. First of all, I already have my stuff for this build. Pretty much the remaining couple of items that were medal, ring, gloves, and I believe that's all, yeah, because medal, ring and gloves, I traded it from other players, which is a convenient way to get items that are world drop and you do not have recipe for them. So I got myself those items, as well as what also I got. I got pretty much everything that I needed for this build. Off stream, I went and I've cleared Shattered Realm up to 80. So on this character, I need to clear like 5 more. And that's going to be it for this build, like performance-wise in Shattered Realm. Another thing that I've also got was I farmed Lokarr set for alt characters, alternative characters, as well as I started to farm the Dark One set, which has kind of a bummer's drop rate. And thus far I managed to only get like 4 gloves and 1 chest. Unfortunate thing for the Dark One set is that you cannot use like 4 of the same set pieces to just craft from them different versions. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to get all of those pieces via farming. But that's pretty much it for the build. The only thing about this build that I absolutely dislike is the stun resist. And maybe I will going to look at it, and maybe some ointments and oils have stun resist. Because this is like bad. When I was doing SRs, clearly like getting freeze, getting stunned is bane of my existence there, as well as in general. I'm going to say this like once, but it's going to be important. Like, screw Shattered Realm that is past 66. Seriously. I've done it all the way up to 80. It literally sucks. Because it's stupid, random, unbalanced BS that I don't understand and I don't like. I will be farming SR 65-66. Off stream I will try to get to 85. And that's pretty much it. I'm not going to do on stream SR that is past 65-66. I don't want to tolerate BS random of this game in SR, and I don't want to frustrate myself and rage again as I did off stream, as I did on stream on the previous stream. No. That's not for me. I do not like this. If you like this, it's your cup of tea. For me, I'd rather save my nerves and do this off stream than frustrate myself and do this on stream. Raging, having to deal with multiple unfair moments that this game can throw at you, no. Plans for today are, I want to try to farm for some more of that Dark One set. I need 2 more set pieces, so we will try to do that. And I will going to do some farming in SR and probably 2 runs in Crucible. But first things first, I'm going to find whether or not I can like higher up the stun resist. Maybe. I'm not sure if you can do this with like augments, but I'll check. So before we begin, I'm going to go and check the Grim Tools components. Grim Dawn components, Grim Tools, item database. So I need stun. I need something for stun resist. If there is nothing, then okay. Components. No, not the components. Augments. Yes. There is actually something for stun. No, can't really find anything. Doesn't seem like. Pierce, poison, acid, yes. There is, but... No, it doesn't seem like components give you stun resist. Well, that's kind of a bummer. No. There is no. Okay. Whatever. Then... let's kick things off with a little bit of... Crucible. Crucible, Gladiator, yes, of course. And I want to pick another map. Let's see. Let's pick Woods. Let's see Woods. Crucible of the Woods. I'm not gonna do like from 1 to 170, but I will going to do like 150 to 150 to 1 something. Couple of Stormcallers, of course. And I want to check like how many attributes do you need for...
To my crucible. There are many ways to quell such an ego. What makes you think you can Oh, is that so? Very well.
25, okay. So I have to do this so that I would have 25 remaining. Yeah, and where are the buffs? Buffs are here on this map, because depending on the map, stuff changes. So I most likely need to have like more resistances for now. Hopefully I ain't gonna die.
Greetings and welcome to my crucible. I have seen. Oh, is that so? There are many ways to
Okay. I've added even like one extra spawn, though probably not very best like choice. But with this current gear that I have, if I'm not gonna get like stunned or anything, it's going to be okay. Now, as much as first of all, I want to lower the volume of the audio a bit in my headsets, because it really is loud. And I cannot, like, focus. I like this whole crucible thing. In my opinion, it's way more interesting than SRs. The only, and probably the hugest problem that I have with it is, of course, the fact that you're not going to get, like, good items here. Like, I mean, the amount of items. I died. Amazing. Should have focused the leads first. Oh. Damn. Damn. That's bad. And I do not have tributes for checkpoint. Oh well. Green items. Do I, like, need them? Let's take, like, auto pickup for now. Even though I don't necessarily need them. I should have focused the leads first and not the main enemy. Oh well. I can restart a checkpoint. Is this going to restart my... Yeah, towers restarted. I mean, towers are still here. I thought it was Rashalka for some reason. Yeah, there are problems that this build has that I should also mention, and the fact that it can only seem like it's unkillable, but in reality it isn't. There are certain, like, very noticeable moments where you're pretty much going to die. For one reason or another, and especially if someone is going to throw at you something that reduces your accuracy, it's also a problem. Or someone is going to stun you, is going to be very tough to deal with. Very, very many problems this build has. Like, despite the fact that, I should say, build is powerful, though this build is not like something that is insanely overpowered, you know? And if you are the kind of guy who wants to push for super pooper duper content, level of difficulty, you should go for something that is legitimately broken and that you will know like exactly that you're going to be able to do the stuff. Because even though this build is strong, it has weaknesses. And I've died already. Okay. Not the greatest start. This time around there was... Chupacabra didn't even spawn. Yeah, I've constructed lots of stuff, but as you see, it doesn't really help. Okay. Sell all this stuff. Sell this stuff. Like, I have so much items already that don't even have like place to put it in my inventory anymore. And that's the biggest problem. Having so many items yet having...
The crucible, like watching you squirm, was enjoyable.
Yeah, I have to start from the beginning.
I can't do that yet.
Greetings, and
Yeah, first Chupacabra killed me, then this stuff, and now I'm out of tributes. Now I have to get tributes back. But hey, overall it doesn't really matter because it's still like... At least it's kind of fair to know
That's
with what you're being killed by or what stuff happens to your character rather than not knowing any of that and just die to the fact that, oh, but the map had this debuff that gave like 60% to crit damage to boss to enemies, and now they are wrecking you. And because of that, you have to pretty much restart the whole stuff. It was funny when I was farming Lokarr off stream to get that set for my other characters, set that gives like bonus experience and stuff, and everything was super good up until game decided to put a debuff on the stage that gave enemies plus 60% crit damage. And before that I've done like 3 runs and they were all successful. And then with this debuff I wasn't able to do anything against Lokarr. He pretty much just... where I was able to just stand and face tank him, now I was dying to him from like 2-3 attacks. And that's just sad, like... Because there is no... and there is like literally 0 skill involved in that. It's just... oh, you got lucky because you didn't receive like huge... enemies didn't receive like huge buffs. Oh, really? Not really fond of that mechanic. I like mechanic of skill, having at least some kind of a skill involved. I absolutely can't stand mechanics that are revolving around RNG. So much to the point where immediate, like, another example of randomness is a Shattered Realm. Basically, boss room. We are talking about boss room for, like, Rifts 78, I believe it was. And the situation was as follows. So I entered the room, and as soon as I enter the room, 4 out of 5 bosses are running at me. And keep in mind the fact that in Shattered Realm, no matter what kind of build you are playing, the maximum amount that certain builds can like fight against amount of bosses are 2. Most of the time you will see them fighting like 1, trying to lure at only 1 boss. But here we have like, you just enter the room and you have to fight against 4 out of 5 of those bosses. And by the way, they are throwing stuff that you have to like dodge, you have to move around, but you cannot move around because there is another boss that can... His aggro is put in such ways so that if you are going to move, you're going to pretty much just die, because he is going to run at you and you have to like fight against 5 of them. So that's another example of randomness that the game can throw at you. So, and there are many. If I'm going to have like footage of this stuff, probably going to put all of those like things into one video, which is called Grim Dawn Randomness. It's going to be like pretty straightforward. I'm not gonna name it other ways. It's just going to be just another example of Grim Dawn Randomness. And correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not playing super overpowered build like Vitality Conjurer that can go for like shards 110 or Warlord, do you expect me to tolerate this? No, I will not. And neither should you. This is why if you wanna farm Rifts, do 65-66, claim reward, and move on. Do them again. Do not bother yourself with going further, because difference in how many items you get is miserably low, but the time difference is extremely huge. If you want to tackle really high rifts, pick yourself one of the most broken characters and go on. Like, clearly, if the main developer for this game himself said that we are not balancing rifts that are higher than 65, 66, so why bother then? If they don't care, why should we? It's literally that simple. The worst thing, by the way, speaking now about worst things in this build. First of all, and the biggest problem that you will going to see quite a lot this build right now is, of course, no stun resist. The ways how you can get a little bit of stun resist, which is 22 only when you are going to craft items with different blacksmith. You can craft like different, like you can craft the same items, but you can get like stun resist, and basically author of the build says that like 22% stun resist that he had. I have 0, by the way. 22% stun resist that he got from crafting items with blacksmith that gives like stun resist.
That skill's not ready.
So this build will not going to have native stun resist, which is, in my opinion, absolutely atrocious, since we live when we do damage most of the time. There are situations where we will not gonna live even when we do damage, but we have to do damage, and we are not the kiting class, which is extremely kind of funny, if you ask me. So you are playing a ranged character, and you might be thinking, wait, so he cannot kite? How does that work? Yes, you cannot. In high rifts, you cannot successfully kite enemies, especially nemesis bosses, because A, they outspeed you, B, they have a lot of crowd control abilities that will going to stop you from running away, C, they are regenerating their health way faster than... For you to kill them, you need to attack them, like, you absolutely have to attack them. But because you cannot do this successfully while running away, this kills the whole kiting mechanic as a whole, and you will not going to be able to kite them. As tedious as it is, it actually is the reality, and only those characters that are damage over time archetypes are those characters that can kite. And yes, I'm speaking about shards. I'm not speaking about campaign. In campaign even I can tank, but that doesn't matter. So definitely, at first I was thinking like, oh man, this like class is so good, like so good. He's still funny to play and easy to use, but I cannot say that he doesn't have like weaknesses. He has a ton of them, like legit a lot. Freezing kills you, stuns are extremely annoying to deal with. So it's definitely like, definitely this build has very noticeable weaknesses. By the way, next build that I'm planning to do will be either Vitality Conjurer, or it's going to be a combination of Shaman and Occultist that is going to be done with pets. The build that I will be taking is going to come pretty much from the same person that I took this build from, because I can kind of trust him when it comes to like what to expect from the build. And he has pretty decent way of explaining like devotions and stuff, which technically devotions are pretty much the thing that I most certainly am looking for, like explanation of what devotion after what to pick, because at current point of time I still have like don't have the best idea of how devotions are leveled up. Skills I can kinda understand, because if you're not playing on hardcore, it's definitely like you can experiment with skills and level them how you want. On hardcore, you will not gonna have this golden opportunity, because everything has to be super precise and so on and so forth. Currently I'm having like the best, like I'm playing probably the best in this game, the best end game dungeon, I should say. In my opinion, it's the best. The best this game has to offer when it comes to like super late game content. It's fun here, you don't get swarmed in debuffs, you have different mechanics such as capability of utilizing building those towers or totems that will going to help you. You also are having ways to put buffs on yourself and many other things. The biggest downside is if you die, you're going to lose a lot of tributes if you have spent them on like building and buffing yourself. But that's just about it. Everything else is super fun. It is way more fun than being overrun by annoying debuffs and having to deal with other stuff that is really annoying as well. But that's just my opinion, and I am expressing it. I can also see why this map is not really, again, not really the greatest one. I can see that enemies can throw their projectiles at me from their position, while I cannot hit them from my position. But I've decided to experiment with like different maps and stuff to see like what exactly changes. After that, we will go into some 65, 66 shards. And then we will going to go and farm the try to get the remaining
Can't do that.
pieces for my Dark One set. It is probably the best set that you can get when it comes to Vitality Conjure build. But it is only farmable at the specific location from the specific monsters. There are 4 of them in that location. And you have to have like at least some decent gear to back you up. Because you will be fighting a lot of Chthonians, as well as you will be getting cracked by those unkillable moving stone blocks. I should say like stone blocks, I believe. Basically, unkillable moving rocks that are shooting various different stuff at you. It can be freezing, fire, and other stuff as well. It's definitely dangerous to fight against Sharzul in that fashion. He cuts resistances a lot, so dangerous. By the way, I can't see the items. The last items that I have got gave me quite a boost when it comes to defense, offense, but at the same time, I've lost 56% to stun resist that I had. Which is definitely annoying. It's not really noticeable here right now, but in shards it's definitely noticeable. Plus there is another problem that author of the build didn't quite tell, which is, of course, let's take a look at our resist to freeze. Where is it? It's somewhere here, right? Physical, magical. It's pets. Need to find that's not stun resist. Freeze resist 0, petrify 0, trap 0, sleep 0. Only slow like 44, and this I don't really like, to have such a small, actually non-existent resistance to crowd control, because what that means is that if I'm gonna fight someone with freeze, well, good luck. If there is going to be like Musilok, the Chillwinds, well, if he is alone, yeah, okay, I can deal with him. If he is going to be with someone else, well, rip me. And this is something that I definitely don't like about this build. The build is great, like, he got me to SR80, which is quite decent place to be. So with SR80, good thing, like, but it has weaknesses. Some severe weaknesses, as a matter of fact. And you cannot ignore them. And they will be quite noticeable. But the build is still fun. Fun, but one thing that I will definitely say, how gear dependent this whole build is. Basically, I wouldn't lie if I'd say like 80% of the gear pieces that I'm currently having are actually random world drops. What does this mean, you might ask? Well, they can drop anywhere, from anyone, anytime. How big of a problem this might be? Well, considering the fact that a lot of gear pieces was traded from other players, and considering the fact that some gear pieces were already present because my brother had played this game before and had farmed some items, primarily the 2 pistols that I'm using are present. I mean, were present there. So you can kind of see, like, towards what am I getting at. I'm not going to deny this fact or to try to argue against it. It's just reality. Reality of the fact that there aren't that many gear pieces that are not random drops to begin with. Krieg set is not random world drop. The next set is the Dark One set for Vitality Conjurer, and although it's not random world drop, still has very low chance of you to get it. And I believe those are the only 2 sets that are having like place to farm them. Everything else is farmed from anywhere. I gotta make sure that I kill those golems from afar and not getting hit by a lot of their stuff. Templar. Not only Templar, I forgot about SR set as well. I just don't know where you farm the Templar set. Isn't this the set that you have to farm from various different dungeons? It probably is, isn't it? Like each gear piece drops after you beat the last boss of the dungeon. By the way, look at how teleport works in this game. Can I TP there? No. You cannot TP through terrain, by the way.
Can't do that yet.
It's not like Path of Exile or Diablo teleports. Through most of terrains, you will never going to be able to TP. Only in vanilla? Isn't there something also that drops from that forest dungeon with Gargoble? Oh, okay then. So technically there are 4 sets that you can get then. The Creek set, the Dark One set, the Templar set, as well as the last one being the Shatterstone set that you can buy from the NPC once you reach, I believe, 65 or something. And you can buy like full sets. So 4 sets and everything else is stuff that has to be like farmed from certain someone or traded. If you will be super lucky, you will get items from trading for quite cheap price or for free, depending on generosity of the person with whom you will be trading. Which is extremely good when it comes to like gearing up. Because it really helps. It really does help. Now I get 3 debuffs. Okay. See, it's at least here it's kind of fair. You don't get like absurd amount of debuffs and no buffs to compensate it. And no, I mean meaningful buffs, not that puny little stat boost that you get in SRs. Yet again, you get them, but you also lose something for that. Haven't seen the dinosaur in a while, by the way. It feels like they are changing the whom you fight, depending on what map you play on. And I absolutely do not like the fact that they can shoot me and I cannot target them. This is the minus of this map, like... Because I have to position myself in that fashion so that I would not going to suffer from being shot at. From afar without being able to defend or retaliate. There is a lot of stuff that this build can do. You can use, and one of the greatest things is, of course, you can use it to farm for your other characters as well. Which is, of course, really nice. Because remember, I was speaking about those farm bots. I almost died. Really. Splendid. I gotta kill others before I fight against the Benjar. Now there is an option. I'm on wave 110, which means Fabius is going to be on this level. The question is, do we go for a buff, or we say screw it and we do not go for a buff? I say we go for a buff so that we would not die. However,
Not ready.
let's go without a buff. Let's conserve our tribute points. Rushel guy is probably the worst thing that will going to happen with me. If there is going to be a Rushel guy here, I'm going to hate my life. Okay. Nice. Oh, my ghoulish hunger proc. That's not good. Which means at a certain point I lose so much health, so that like 30% of it remained, and the ghoulish hunger procs. He comes on wave 120. Yeah. On the next wave, I'm gonna have to fight against Fabius. Fabius and Valderan. Can I kill you like before this guy comes in? No. Oh, I'm okay. Perfect. Power of Gear incarnate. So I'm on wave 120, starting from, I don't know, starting from this to start pumping up the buffs or not. Because from this point on there will be like 2 Nemesis bosses and then more. What I will most certainly do, I will going to grab myself, yeah, a pair of nothing, because I do not have that crystal. That's bad. That's really bad. Okay, then probably... abilities and reflexes. This abilities and reflexes is something that I don't really understand. Powerful is self-explanatory, fortitude is my health, and this is control. Well, this one I want. At least some version of resistance to crowd control. And then after it, I probably will go for health. Health, then damage. Depending on how it goes. It should go okay. Enemies here are at least way less tanky than in charts. Though, it's funny, I only started to notice that enemies and shards are getting tanky after wave 70, like... after wave 70 something. 76, I believe. And before that, everything was like pretty much the same, only the boss rooms are tough. And still, only the boss rooms are tough. And not all of them, and not always. Yeah, I have to move around. I need that health buff. Or maybe no. I will use it anyway. because I'm not doing like a buffless challenge or something here. I'm just trying to beat the stuff again.
That skill's not
By the way, some bosses that like to run away in boss rooms in SRs are super annoying, because in shards, as soon as you make like, sometimes as soon as you make one step, like just one baby step,
That skill's not ready.
this immediately means that you are boned. Because pretty much as soon as you
Only the mighty.
make one step, you can aggro another boss and ruin your experience as a whole. Yeah, but from developer's perspective, I would have definitely bumped up the amount of items you get from doing Crucible. Because really, something that's so interesting like Crucible, and unfortunately, even if you do it like from 1 to 170, you will not going to get nearly as much as you get from doing rifts. Not rifts, but Shattered Realms. I like to call them rifts, because they are pretty much carbon copy of Diablo 3 rifts, with pretty much zero differences. Well, with one huge difference being that here SR is super boring and unfair. Which I don't even understand, like, why. Okay, I see those shamblers. Which means I'm going to have to reposition and start shooting in that fashion so that shamblers are in the line of fire. The reason for that being they can kill you. They can legit kill you really fast. Okay, I cannot grab myself another buff. I will be able to do that after the next, like, 10 waves. Which means I still have to work with only 2 buffs out of 4 possible. I'm not placing two more of those towers, because I don't really think I need them. But what I need is definitely to change position from time to time. just as a safety measure, it works. Plus, I have that thing which is called the Rune of Displacement, which is basically a teleport. Which, a teleport that most of the time will not going to pass through terrains. Which is super unfortunate. Okay. Nothing exceptional so far when it comes to difficulty. But never say stuff until you're done with it. Because things can end up in a complete opposite in like 1 second. 1 second you think you are okay, and then boom, you're gone. Usually that rain of stuff that drops has to be dodged. Because it's probably the most dangerous skill that's they have. Double Musilog the chill wins. Just my luck. I need to reposition. With my freeze resist, it is super unfortunate to stand there. Like super dangerous, I should say. But all went well and ended well. Give me the might now. Nice. Buff duration will be enough for me to finish all this stuff, like before they will going to expire. Damage buff is going to make sure that my healing is also going to increase because I do more. But not only that, I will gonna get rid of monsters way faster. Thus, I will receive way less damage from them, and it's going to be super useful. Always have to view like the full picture. My biggest problem is, of course, going to be Rashalga. Because I do not have the... I do not have the Ether Crystal to survive. So then what? Then we are going to have to, like, kite her? I don't know if that's going to be, like, possible. But maybe. Currently, I don't see any Rushel guy in here. Maybe I will be lucky, but you never know. Nice. Oh shoot. Throw the meteor. Can you throw a meteor? The reason why I wanted him to throw the meteor so that after that I can, like, play seal and fight. Give me the last buff. Because here's the thing, his meteor stuns, and because of my abysmal stun resist, and because of the fact that meteor does some absurd damage. Right there, as you can see. It's very... Come on! No, 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 no! What is this? Getting hit from all directions all of a sudden. Oh, yeah. I have to kite and run around. Why am I so slow? Rushel guy is up there. Nice. Our aura is on. Now it's not. Now it is again. Nice. If I would have had Ether Crystal, I would have just fought her right there and without running away. Having to deal with Council is a pain because they have that shield, and because when they have the shield, you are not going to heal as much, because you're not going to do as much damage to them to begin with. skillfully dodging the meteor. Nice. At least I have to say thanks that it wasn't Fabius. Where is my Inquisitor seal? There is it. There it is. All things considered, I'm doing quite well. But it's not over yet. And we are far away from the dangerous wave. Oh, Korvac. I need to kill Korvac before the next wave comes in. Is this an option? Yes, it is. But what's this? This is very bad. It was very unpleasant, by the way. Fabius... If they would have exchanged, like, Benjar with whom? With Archmage Alexander, that would be really bad for me. Like, super bad. And let's see the loot. We're doing like one from... That's for doing from 1 to 170. Take a look at the legendary, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 legendaries comparing to usual 11 or something from doing the shards. Recipes are very good. It's very good that I am getting the recipes. Because then I will be able to craft. Oh, and another pistol. It's worse than mine. So for the most part, yeah, that was shards. Oh, nice. This thing I will need for my Patomancer. Yay. Nice. So pretty dangerous, but still pretty fun to play. In Crucible. Definitely it's better than Rifts fun-wise. Profit-wise, nah. Unfortunately, and very unfortunately, is that profit-wise, like very Very sad. Which one are going to be better? Damage-wise, the ones to the right. But these one are better defense-wise. Six to 8 legendaries. Oh. Technically, but yeah, like I got six. I got here like 8 or so legendaries for doing from 1 to 170, and that's definitely more time consuming than doing Rift 65, 66. So that thing you cannot really deny that. Speed-wise, it's more profitable to do rifts. Ability. The one to the right are more interesting because of more defense. Less offense, but more defense. I'll take them. The rest stuff, just sell. Okay. Time to go for rifts. So we are done with crucible. It's time to jump into rifts. Oh, it's very sad the fact that my stun resistance is 0. Like, so sad that it's very annoying.
I can't do that yet.
But oh well, we will see how it's going to go.
How far shall we go?
Let's do 65, 66. It's going to be pretty, like, should be pretty fast. I personally think that this build should have like no problem. Fast farming you, gear and stuff. Yeah, it will require from you to have gear in the first place. If I were going to go and do 80 or above, it's going to be rage fast. I know me, I will immediately going to start raging, especially if I'm going to start dying to random nonsense. This is why, like, going on stream on higher shards, it's a death sentence to me. I can try once, to see how it's going to go, but knowing me, it will going to turn into a disaster.
That skill's not ready.
And 65, 66 is definitely doable. I want to show that it's not just like empty words, and that this build is capable of clearing that stuff.
Skill's not ready.
And maybe, yeah, maybe we're going to go into 80. To show you the gruesome death count that I've accumulated while trying to conquer the rifts. By the way, 90% of deaths on this character are in the rifts while trying to push for a higher rift. So you can kind of see that, like, it's not the campaign that kills you, it's not the, like, the crucible that kills you, it's not the skeleton key dungeons that kill you, it's insanely unfair SR. Like,
Can't do that yet.
there is no point in denying this fact. And I do not know who is going to actually say that rifts... Well, let's see, rifts about 70. Who is going to say that they are fair?
That skill's not ready.
And how can you actually say that they are fair if the developer team themselves say that they are not... They do not care about those rifts? And no, I'm not talking about playing with overpowered broken builds. With that, of course, yeah, you can go for... You can grab yourself... who is there? Warlord. You can grab yourself Vitality Conjurer. And then you will, of course, say, yeah, it's fair. It's fair because my build is broken. Not because it's fair because it is legit fair. But it's fair because because I'm playing broken stuff. Come on, die already. Wait, it's healing. Oh, it's healing. Who is healing? Who was healing Chupacabra? I don't understand this. Something was healing. Armor, offense ability, nope.
I can't do that yet.
Regardless, I have, like, came to a conclusion, and I have made up my mind about the whole Grim Dawn endgame, and I have my opinion just as you might have yours, I have mine. I'm not here to change someone's opinion about the late game or anything like that. You have your opinions, I have mine. Alright, 2 down, 2 more to go. And, well, take a look at this. Both of them at the same time. Technically it's very unfortunate, but so far so good. So far I am fighting them. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot to speak about the glitch that I will have found when I was playing with this class, and it's not only with this class, but when I was playing the cocktail build as well, Molotov cocktail build. So the thing is, sometimes when you have your cursor on here and you throw a grenade, sometimes the game will go into throw a grenade. So your cursor is here and you press a button to throw a grenade, and grenade will go there. The grenade can go there. The grenade can go anywhere, but not on the target you are pressing. Funny enough, this is a thing, and it never was fixed, and I don't know why. But it's ridiculously funny. My enemy is standing right next to me. I'm clicking on the enemy, and where does the grenade fly? Who knows? It will fly anywhere, but not to the destination that it has to. I don't remember what it gives, but probably not the stuff that I would want for this kind of SR is resistances for HP as well as damage for more damage from my side, but reduce tankiness to physical attacks. At low SR with this gear, I can offer myself to have this kind of a trade-off. Nice. see, it's very doable. When you go into those kind of rifts, it's doable. And even then, can be super problematic sometimes in boss rooms. Not in the against enemies. Against enemies, okay, like in 90% of the cases you can deal with most of the enemies that are trying to attack you, okay. It's in boss rooms where problems escalate to a whole new level. Wow, quite a lot of enemies, which means the bar is going to feel extremely fast.
That skill's not ready.
There was also one altar that gave like offensive ability and crits, if I'm not mistaken, but that's super rare. I met it one time and never seen it again. Also, I kinda hate environmental damage hazards in certain maps. Like, on certain maps, they are really annoying to deal with. I want him to cast his meteor. Oh, there he goes. When his meteor is down on cooldown, it's good to just smash him. And sometimes he'll whiff. By the way, does he whiff his meteor because he gets debuffed by the grenade, or does it has to do something with meteor just in general not being the most accurate spell? Because I've seen many instances where he would simply miss. See, I can't really get close to her, because if I were going to get close to her, I am risking aggroing those in the back, which is not the stuff that I wanna do. See, only at this point in time she decided to get closer. Yeah, because it's Reaper and Fabius. Hold up, Reaper and Fabius, so... Thank God that only one of them tries to get close. Reaper and Fabius is very bad. How did I attract a Reaper, by the way? Wait, what happened? I moved 1 inch. See, that's what I don't understand. Like, from this distance, I was able to attract Fabius, yet when I was standing here and moved a little bit here, Reaper came. What? Why?
Well done.
What's going on with aggro? Like, and don't even let me start on the de-aggroing issue that's this game has. Yay, a lot of items, and let me count legendaries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 legendaries for doing 65, 66. So it's already more profitable than doing 1 to 170. Did we get some recipes? Yes. Nice. Nice indeed. So we get a couple of recipes and we get a bunch of legendaries, and that's shard 65, 66. Okay, this is the same belt that I have, only it's weaker. Okay. Now to think what I'm going to do with all of the legendaries and stuff.
Got something stashed.
I will probably have to carry some of them with me. Though it's not the best solution. It is what it is. Okay, we can place one blade here. Though we already have two. Let's compare. We will compare and leave only the best. This one is kind of weak. So those two will go here. This blade I already have. This one is super good. This one I do not want. There are 3 medals of the same stuff. This one is bad. So we'll leave only those two. Okay. Good enough. My inventory is full of stuff, which means it's time to place things in a different inventory. Oh boy. I think I had those boots, but let me double check. I did. This one better. And all that stuff, well, really, do I? Let's place it here.
I'll keep an eye out.
One duplicate.
You see anything you like?
And sell all this stuff.
See you around.
That skill's not ready.
And now we'll go into shard 80. Shard 80 and above. That's going to be interesting. On that one, where is it? 80.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Before we do that, a little bit of an ad break.
I can't do that yet.
The shattered realm. Away. How far shall we go? A waste. How far shall we go?
Hopefully this map doesn't have the traps in it. Environmental damages does way too much. Maybe I'll be able to find myself the thing that gives resistances for a little bit of losing a little bit of health. That's a trade-off that I'm okay with. Because it will not gonna hurt as much. Somehow my ghoulish hunger did not proc. Okay. Way too much heavy hitting enemies. But if played safe, and lure them like in small packs, it actually is worth it. See?
I can't do that yet.
If I'm gonna be playing like safe and smart, before I reach boss, it's going to be it won't going to be that hard to reach the boss room. Speed-wise, of course, it's going to be like slower. But I want progression rather than speed. For speed, I have to worry about when I get to when I farm in the smaller shards. Oh yeah, because he's burned hard, it takes ages to kill him. No, not really ages, but considerably longer than anything else.
That skill's not ready.
Okay. Now this way. Nice.
That skill's not ready.
Isn't that nice? To not die because of randomness. Always feels good.
That skill's not ready.
Killing those plants is definitely a good idea because they, as far as if I am not mistaken, they are capable of reducing your chance to hit enemies, which is very bad. I don't know about you, but having to miss targets and not being able to heal because of that is very annoying. But that only applies to those who rely on heating. Stuff. Damage over time, I don't think that damage over time dealers are struggling against that mechanic. Reaper. Oh, okay. When Reaper does his purple stuff, what I think I might do is to Try and TP so that this purple stuff will not going to hit me. Because it feels like it applies some kind of a debuff on me. Okay, boss room. Let's see. Will we fall victim to... I think we will. Benchar. As well as Lucius. Okay. Now it's only Lucius, because I repositioned myself. But you know what would be more fun? If you would actually be able to do this on your first try. This would definitely help, right? Imagine playing hardcore and going into Shattered Realm and losing your character because, oh well, this time around multiple bosses will going to come at you straight from the beginning. How about no? How about your mechanics will actually work the way that they should work and not how they feel like? Okay. Yeah, she's even more troublesome now because of how low stun chance I have. Like, not the stun chance, but stun resist. What is this? No, you tell me how by pointing on her, my grenades 2 times fly it in a different direction. I don't care about the fact that my time ran out. On to the next one. I will go until I will hit the brick wall so hard that I will not gonna be able to pass through it. Oh, he just throws grenades in different direction for no reason. How is it so hard to fix this stuff? Look. And I'm not making this up. You can literally watch the replay if you want. A couple seconds ago, the grenade just went backwards. I don't understand how this works. And what if you were playing a character that requires exact precision when throwing this stuff? Oh boy. Yeah, at least the yellow ones are giving me something, right? Yeah, at least there is quite some yellow debuffs that are working in a way that like you are getting debuffed, but you are also getting some buffs in return. At least that thing, because if it was like all reds, this would be like complete disaster. I have to... Good lord. Legs and... insane amount of enemies.
That skill's not ready.
Oof. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Oh my.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, I have the high ground. Come at me all you want. This breach is my safe zone. You shall not pass. Oh. Let me change. Oh, I gotta kill Arcane. Gotta kill Arcane before I'm gonna run out of buffs and I'm gonna die here. Not run out of buffs. Before they will dispel buffs that I currently have. ran out of buffs. And I died. Because I got stunned, because I got frozen. Shoot. Well, that is expected. Like, there is no way for me to make this build do more than it possibly can. Because, like, this build, like, all of the stuff, I pretty much just copied everything from the build maker. The huge problem that this build is of course has to do with, well, you have no stun resist or freeze resist, so what do you expect me to do? This stuff just doesn't exist. Takes ages to kill the arcane enemy, for sure, but
That skill's not
he is dead.
that skill's not
See, the progression is present up until the point where you can't deal anymore with unfairness. Ghoulish Hunger Frog, but it doesn't matter because the stage already is finished. I knew that something about this build was fishy, and it turns out that this build is super vulnerable against stunners and those who are capable of freezing you. Because I cannot see how you redo this whole build so that you would have the same items, but be also defensive against stuns and stuff. Oh, actually, no. Like, try to make a build, like, work with the build that will going to have a shield and a pistol in it. This way, you will be tankier, but I do not want that. Because this build is all about dual pistols. This build is not about a pistol and a shield. Oh, Musilok is beneath.
That skill's not ready.
I thought he was on the bridge. Oh well. If he's beneath there, then so be it. Technically, you do not need to fight against all of those Nemesis bosses. They are there. They most certainly going to speed up the process of clearing the stage. That is, if you can kill them fast. And sometimes it's just faster to kill the packs of elites and regulars than to do other stuff. God damn it.
I can't do that yet.
Problem is I cannot destroy them. Another problem is, look at how tanky this guy is. He's even tankier than Benjar. Nope. Nope.
I can't.
Because you have to fight them one-on-one. Because you have to fight them one-on-one. But how will you fight them one-on-one? The game doesn't tell you because the game throws two at the same time. Nope. Unbelievably. There is literally no place where I can go so that they will not aggro on me at the same time. Literally no place. Finally. So I had to kite them. I had to kite them, and when I... And when I'm kiting them, it's easier to deal with. No, he literally sometimes whiffs completely. I wasn't even standing there to begin with, so that he would throw his meteor. Well, I killed him. That's not the thing that I have to look on when I fight against him. So to predict his... To outspeed his meteor, you have to look not when the meteor physically appears on the screen, you have to look on the shadow. Where is he throwing the... What the... I hate this. I literally hate this. Can they not fix it? Years ago when I was playing this game, I had this problem. years ago, and they still not fixed the wow.
That skill's not
Fix the fact that your grenades are flying. I never pressed it there.
That skill's not ready.
With how things go, I literally think that's 83, maybe even 82 is going to be like the absolute max. For me to be able to go higher, I have to get the stun resist from somewhere. Or apply like tonics and stuff. That can also help. In boss rooms it doesn't matter because literally the only thing matters is how many enemies will going to run at you. And in case if you're not going to be lucky, well, welcome to Grim Dawn then. Grim Dawn endgame. Okay, on to the next one. Archimage Alexander, skip. Currently we're not working on the... we are not on the timer anymore, so we can allow ourselves to take it slow. Though he is in such position that maybe aggroing him and getting rid of him is going to be a good idea. We don't really need to kill him. This would have paid off if I needed to do this, like, fast. But I'm not on the clock, just as I said.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, now it's time to hunt the eye. Most of the time, and I'm pretty sure that he just has his spawn place is here, so we have to go there. He spawns there all the time, and it's a giant floating eyeball. And in order to pass through this map, you have to kill him. He is the target that has to... There he is. Now, it's not good that I've done this like this. Probably... Yeah, I'm going to regret this. Should have cleared the one section and then go into the other. Too much stuff. Maybe if I played something like Shaman, yeah, of course, I would have been able to do that. Because I would hit them all simultaneously and heal. It's okay, I'm just going to shorten the numbers. Okay. Almost. And there he goes. And he 100% of the time is going to drop this armor. I have to kill this Kariv.
I can't do that yet.
Literally, why? Why as soon as you get out of the teleport, they are going to spawn two bosses running at you full speed? And what if one of them was Rashalga who runs at you with the Nemesis boss in there? Are they really like sane? Because they developers are insane when it comes to SR and randomness. But that's literally the clear indication of the fact that they do not play themselves in this game mode. They literally are not playing this game mode. That's why they will not gonna balance it, because they do not care. It literally is that obvious. No, you know, I'm not willing to...
The Shattered Realm. Are you certain?
Enough. Enough is enough. Not gonna deal with... Clearly, BS.
Iron well spent.
Complete bullshit. Sorry, but if you have a different opinion on it, it's your take. My take is that this is BS.
The Shattered Realm. A waystone. How far shall we go?
Yeah, I've already mentioned this on stream, and point of the matter is then, like, why even have something that is more than that if you are not willing to balance things up? Okay, like
That skill's not ready.
my absolute record is SR81. Whatever. I got to SR81. That's it for this build. It's enough. I'm going to get myself Dark One set. I'm going to create Broken Vitality Conjure, and then I will be able to clear rifts that are above 82 and beyond, up to like 100, 110. Because this is how you make records. Pick the most broken stuff possible and you're good to go. And anyway, at least thank God that for farming you do not need to go anywhere beyond 65, 66. At least that is like... Yeah, because thing is, even when they are making records, they are not saying like, oh, but how many times do you actually died before you were capable of beating this stuff? And how many times you actually reset so that the attempt that you have, like, filmed or something like that, made highlight of, how many attempts before that did you actually had to make? And the answer is they will never going to tell you this. But it's clearly obvious.
That skill's not ready.
Even this build. So Author says that this build is capable of doing 85. Well, yeah, it is, but if all stars will going to align properly and you will not going to have to fight against in any of the boss rooms, you won't going to face multiple bosses at the same time, yeah, sure, I will believe it, of course.
Can't do that yet.
And I clearly couldn't see Fabius on screen because of the fact that he is invisible on the map until he pops up in your face. Yeah, but with all things considered, like, take a look at how good it's actually to farm 65, 66. Way better than torturing yourself with going higher. Only to get like 1 or 2 more legendaries. Sure thing.
That skill's not ready.
A small idea just came into my mind. You know, those of you who probably know, like, the series of episodes that Cinema Massacre or AVGN, like Cinema Massacre 8/AVGN, basically does, like, you know what's bullshit, and you can make you can pretty much make an entire episode of that, but with Grim Dawn Shattered Crown. Explaining every details and nuance of why this game mode is tedious and frustrating. Oh well, okay. We're gonna do, I guess, like a couple rounds of 64, 65, 66, and then we'll go and try to farm the remaining gear pieces for the Dark One set. Centarian, no thank you. You have to kind of look at another Musilok. Okay, well, Musilok we can take down. You kind of have to look at the bar, that blue bar.
Can't do that yet.
Hello to you too. Welcome to the stream. Somehow I managed to aggro both Commander Lucius, like 2 Commander Luciuses, and while also having to fight against Archmage.
That skill's not
No, those are not Lucius's. They look like them, but they are not. They are named differently. Though technically they... I took one of them. Fine, fine.
that skill.
And I have to move him away from crystals. Will I be able to beat them in time so that the clock will not run out? The time on the clock will not run out. Probably. They aren't that tanky. Yeah. Yeah, I will. And Zentarin is not the most dangerous one against range. So the clock resets after you beat the boss room, and starts again from pool on the if you go for the next like set of waves.
Well done.
So now, as you can see, I have like 7 minutes and 50 seconds again. Clearly convenient. Okay. Almost. Almost.
That skill.
Another reason why I kinda like to farm here is you get quite good amount of legendaries as well as blue items, but most important, you get recipes. recipes, in my opinion, are probably the most valuable, because if something, you will then be able to craft items for other characters, or maybe even like trade item for item with other players. So that, for example, like you want this item, you can craft it and then trade it for someone who is selling an item that you need. Selling, exchanging, or just be a generous guy who is going to be able to craft items for different players for their resources, of course. Where did he go?
Can't do that yet.
He just completely glitched off into another reality or something. I would most likely say that, most likely, the biggest amount of fun that I actually received in this, while playing this game with this character, was when I leveled him up through the campaign. It was really exciting, even though, like, many times before I have, like, beaten the campaign with other characters. It's still way more interesting, in my opinion, to play through the campaign as well as Crucible, and shards only at like certain extent. And this is why I kind of get to see that a lot of videos, a lot of people are actually, when they are testing builds, when they are just having fun and stuff, they are mostly doing campaign-related content. Skeleton key dungeons and other things as well.
Can't do that yet.
And now I kind of get them. Oh, and now I am capable of fighting him alone. Why, thank you. So before I can do that, I have to die and do this. Now Archmage Alexander is not even doing anything, he just stands there. Well, those two that remain are not an issue. At least I hope so. They're not doing much. Two shards, and despite dying so much, still maintaining that time. And receiving 2 bonus chests. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you get 12 legendaries for doing that run. So then I will ask again, why? By the way, about this medal, it was yesterday that I've traded for this medal currently that I have. Impressive. So that what I was saying is basically what it means to you will get an item when you're not going to need it. Well, for other characters, it definitely will not gonna go to waste, which is super important. But yeah, as I was saying, so I got 12 legendaries, so what's the reason of going for higher SRs then? Except for the ego, PR and stuff. The answer is there is no reason. Okay, I'm gonna do one more run,
I'll give you a good price on
and then we will go and farm a little bit the set that I want for the Vitality Conjure that I will probably make in the future. Maybe. I'm gonna place them here and move on, because if I'm gonna waste time on like buying, selling them, not buying and selling, but toying with the stash, it's going to take a whole while.
Spans eternity. How far?
65, 66 again.
That skill's not ready.
So many beefy targets. And a whole lot of environmental hazards. those environmental things like whirlwinds, as well as those ether clouds, as you can see that there are a lot, and those other things, rocks that shoot different type of projectiles. Quite the problem about them is that they do consistent damage, like consistent attacks, as well as apply debuffs. As well as being annoying in case if you are not having to shoot or to attack anyone, thus you will going to not have a chance to heal and lose a lot of health, which may result in dying. Okay, I seal at least two. Yeah, who is it? Musilok and Venture.
Can't do that.
I can fight them like two at the same time. Though not really. Because there is a lot of other stuff to fight against. Cool thing about those Nemesis bosses in here is that cool and kind of useful information to know. So Nemesis bosses here will going to lose some of their abilities. For example, Musilok, the Shield Wind, has the ability to resurrect after you kill him. So in case you've been in Steps of Torment, you've probably been there. There's a boss there, like Undying kind of thing, so he resurrects after he is being killed, he resurrects again, and you have to kill him again. The same thing applies to Musilok. If I'm not mistaken, he doesn't get like new abilities. After he resurrects, so it's just a second bar of health. You can technically view it as a second bar of health, who doesn't have his skill, additional skill, like, for example, Chupacabra doesn't have her duplicate ability, so if you fought against Chupacabra, you probably know that she has the ability that allows her to duplicate, and here in shards she doesn't have it.
Can't do that yet.
That depends on what kind of ability are you deciding to go with. And what type of build do you want to create? Because depending on that, the ability with which you want to go is going to be different. For example, if we take a force wave, so there are a bunch of builds that you can create, with using that force wave ability, such as Death Knight, actually various combinations of Death Knight, or you can create Warlord on the Force Wave. It really depends on your play style and what kind of character you want to play. Occultist Nightblade. Let me see. There is a bunch. For Occultist Nightblade, there is a bunch of stuff you can go with, and it's really going to depend on what type of, what damage type are you willing to go with. You can go with Poison, you can go with Chaos. Again, here's the Poison, Cold, as well as damage over time. But for the most part, as far as I can see, you can go with like Phantasmal Blades, as Brosky Yuri suggests. There's also something like they are picking some pick Poison, but they're utilizing what stuff are they utilizing? Eye of Dreek, which is another damage over type thing to use.
Well done.
Some also use Amarasta Blade Burst with it, though not really sure why. Plus, there is also a thing that damage type is not entirely decided by an ability, because there is a conversion, like certain devotions as well as certain items that will allow you to convert one element into another. So then the ability that initially was doing one type of damage will then going to change completely. So, for example, like here on my pistols, I have physical converted to fire. So for the most part, this build, although it shoots like bullets and stuff, it's still all fire elemental damage, and basically, and pretty much no physical damage whatsoever.
That skill's not ready.
For the most part, by the way, especially like if we are talking about sets, they are pretty much the end game stuff. Well, you start getting legendaries, I believe, from level 50, but most of the legendary sets that are being used are being used starting from like level 94.
I can't do that yet.
Most of the big sets, like Warden Creek, not the Creek set. Yeah, the Creek set.
That skill's not ready.
For the most part, while leveling, you don't really need to worry about not having the set, especially since you are just starting the game. It's later on that you're going to be farming for that. But just knowing what you have to farm is kinda important.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Well, technically speaking, what I mean is that while leveling, gearing starts to get really important when you reach ultimate end of the second difficulty and before the ultimate difficulty, which is the third difficulty. It's just while leveling you have to understand a couple concepts about the fact that you have to know what your build that you are going to be going, like what is your primary damage type. If it's vitality damage, then while leveling, just make sure that The items will going to give you damage to that type of damage type that you are using. So if you are using vitality, make sure that your items will going to give you that vitality stuff. Make sure that your resistances are also, preferably make them be like at 80% or above. And make sure that you are having at least like later on some kind of plus to the skills or to the classes that you are using. For example, if we look at the about pluses, as you can see, it gives +1 or +1 to all skills towards the certain class. So, or something like if an item is going to give you a plus to Phantasmal Blade, and it will also going to have some good stats on it, it's going to be a good item to pick. Gearing and sets, they really become only big concern when you get yourself to that late game.
That skill's not ready. Can't do that. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Okay, boss room time. No one is going here, right? Except for one skeleton archer.
Have a taste. Bask in my power.
What is this? He's just running away.
Have a taste.
Thank you for the following. I appreciate that. When I'm going to finish here, I will have like more time to elaborate more on how to help you with the build and stuff.
done.
Done here. Let's collect the loot. Whole bunch of legendaries yet again. Though technically it's not really a surprise. Now we sell what we do not need and move on. So, before we do anything, Phantasmal Blades. Let me see. I will be able to find it. So, for example, I'm going to put this link. This build, although is a little bit outdated, though we want to look more at like whether or not it is good to build around one skill. So, for example, it's that combination of Occultist Nightblade that you were talking about on Phantasmal Blade. Okay. So, as far as you can see, like, he is not... Most likely he is not utilizing the best gear that you can like equip, but it's a good starting point to at least figure out towards where are you going to be going with skill distribution as well as with devotions and stuff, which in my opinion is pretty important, especially when you just start in playing this game. This game like has, because this game has dual classes, as well as this game has sort of complex devotion tree. It is good to start off with by picking yourself a build, because it's later on when you will going to get accustomed to how this game works, to how devotions work, and other things work. Then you can play around without utilizing a build and try to create something of your own. But just at the beginning, it is going to be good for you to have that template where you can look like, do I need to pick this, or do I need to pick that skill, or what should I do with devotions? It's completely like optional when you are leveling to... When we look at the picture of how in this build the skills are being placed, it's completely optional for you to decide where to put points in the skill tree and when. Because even though like build templates show you the end game picture, it will not going to show you like how exactly he got to those skills, how and at what point he placed skill points in different skills. But throughout leveling process, it isn't really going to hurt you to experiment and put points the way how you feel. Just keep in mind that those like phantasmal blades are absolutely must, because they will going to be your primary damage dealing ability, as well as you have to work on that skill modifiers. As far as I can see, they will going to give you like more bleeding damage, vitality. Attack damage converted to health is really amazing because it's going to be your healing. And that Nether's Edge, it gives chaos damage, but you're probably most certainly looking at crit damage that it gives you. Now about the attribute points. See. Points spent. So in this build he puts 87 points into physique and 20 points into spirit. How do you know about that? In Grim Tools, move your cursor to where it says like physique, spirit, and it says like points spent. Once again, it's going to be a little bit different while leveling. For the most part, a lot of builds are going for physique like 90% of the time. Physique is the most important stat here. Then spirit for you to be able to wear certain items. So for the most part, like in this build, spirit or cunning is going to be like put as many points in them as you need for the items. When you will not going to need those points for items anymore, just respec. There will be an option to respec your attribute points and in case something skill point. So don't worry, it's not like limited. You can do it as many times as you want and it's cheap. So if something, you will be able to respec those attribute points. But for the most part, physique all the way up and rest of the stats cunning and spirit so that you will be able to wear items. That's pretty much about it. Like most of the builds, like 90% of the builds are going to go with physique as their primary attribute points investment, because it gives you health, it gives you health regen and other stuff, making you tanky basically. It's just a good thing that, like, at the beginning, just have that build template with you. You may experiment the way how you want, but just knowing, at least towards what you are looking at, is going to be very important. And it's going to play a huge role further on.
I'll keep an eye on this.
No problem. If you are going to have any more questions, you can, of course, ask. I'll do my best to answer them. Now, I personally am not
That skill's not ready.
like very good at explaining some complex information or something like very specific, but at least I will try to do my best to help you better understand certain mechanics or certain things about the game. Okay, now it's time for me to go and to trying to get the remaining 2 pieces that I need for the Dark One set.
Can't do that yet.
Dark One set is one of those
I can't do
4 sets that you can actually acquire via location-specific farming. So, for example, Dark One set can only be acquired in this place. There's going to be like not that huge, but there is going to be a set of quests that will going to bring you towards this place, and not only here you can farm Dark One sets, but here you can also fight against Lokarr, the person who actually gives you not the quests, but in Crucible Gladiator he stands there sending waves of monsters against you as you try to progress, and then gives you rewards. So here you can fight him if you want. If you have if you're going to have a good gear, it's a good idea to fight against him to farm a set of items for your alternative characters. That set is going to give altogether plus 40% of a boost to experience. We add to this 40% another 100% that you can get from experience potions. Yes, they are. You are going to have the cross-player stash in the town. Not only that, but blacksmithing as well as other stuff is also shared between players. So if you acquire recipes for blacksmith on one character, you can craft those items on another character as well. I believe the only thing that you have to I'm trying to look, but it doesn't seem like I can find it.
That skill's not
But for the most part, yes, pretty much all the items are going to be cross-character. You can share them with others. Okay, so I killed 4 of those priests. I didn't get an item, which means I'm going to go back and then back into the game and try it again. The idea is pretty simple. There are only 4 of those enemies who can drop that thing that I am searching for. And if none of those 4 are going to drop me anything, well,
Can't do that yet.
repeat the process again. And basically do this until someone will going to give me that set piece.
I can't do that yet.
By the way, those devotion points that you're going to accumulate, they are also changeable. So much like skills and attribute points, if you are going to make a mistake, you will going to be able to reset the devotion points. This place, in my opinion, is kinda dangerous at some points. Most dangerous part of this dungeon is, of course, those rocks. If I will be able to, I will show you. Basically, you see that rock that shoots? Problem with them is that they are shooting and they are moving around as well, and you cannot attack them, which is another big unfortunate thing, especially for my character who has 0 freeze resist and gets freezed all the time. But I'm relying a lot on my extra movement ability. As well as lifesteal. It would have been easy if this set you could like get one set piece, not one set piece, but 4 gloves, and from them to craft the full set. But no, you cannot do it. it's one of those sets that will now not going to give you that kind of possibility. You need to have 4 of the... you need to farm all 4 of those parts of the set. Okay, where am I? Why am I stuck? Because I went into a different direction, that's why. At first, when I was fighting against Lokarr, I thought, well, damn, it's going to be like a very tough boss battle. And then, for the most part, it was the opposite, but only until there was a plus 60% critical damage modifier for the boss, and then I already wasn't able to beat him. I had to restart with the proper modifier. Sometimes happens because it's important to know that debuffs on stage are random. Always, you're going to always receive a different stage debuff or a set of debuffs every time you enter this place. Not only this place, but dungeons in general. Okay, I can skip them. They are not dropping anything useful. Nice. Nice. I only need one more. I only need one more item and 4 set pieces all going to be in my possession. At first it may seem like farming for the sets is actually farming for items is actually quite fast, and technically it can be fast, but that just depends on luck, I should say. Like, how lucky will you be, because a lot of set items in this game are not only set items, but a lot of legendary items are random world drop. And what does that mean? You can get them from anywhere, anyone can drop it, and all that kind of stuff. And it is important to understand that, like, you can be either lucky and get everything like super fast, or you can get super unlucky. Which, by the way, this is the last set piece that I needed for the build. So now with those like 4 items, it means that I basically can start like working for the next possible build, which probably most likely going to be Vitality Conjurer on Dark 1 set. I'm going to also show you the fight against Lokarr, even though I don't really need to fight him. I'll show it. So basically where Lokarr is. So you come into this edge of reality, and then you take a path here into the hidden location. Stats on items. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show it to you. And for the convenience purpose, I'm going to show to you by utilizing following examples. So, I think I have the duplicates. Yes. Let's take those gloves, for example. So, for the most part, as you can see, they will be the same, like, when it comes to, like, this one and this one both give chaos damage, offensive ability, attack speed, casting speed, poison, acid, and chaos resistance. Both of them. The same stuff. The thing that is going to be different about them is going to be the amount that they will going to give. So as you can see, there's 64 and 58. And even if you go to that Grim Tools link that I provided you with, so you can see, like, it says for that pistol that, for example, he is using, 114/171%. What it means is that you can get an item that is going to be having stats that is going to be ranging from that 114% and all the way to 171%. So for the most part, your stats on item is going to be the same. Like, you're going to get the same stats, unless it is a crafted item that will going to also give you, like, some bonus on top of that, like stun resist or something like that. But for the most part, items that are dropping will going to have the same stats, but different numbers. But another important thing is that if we look at the plus skills that items give, it will also going to be always the same. Always the same. So we look at those pistols that I have. Both of them have the same plus to skills. It's going to be always the same. So plus to skills are also, it's not randomized. It's a preset that is going to be always on that item. I think, yeah, I have like 3 pistols, so for convenience, let me show it to you. So as you can see, +3, +1, +2, +2, +1. Also +3, +1, +2, +2, +1. And this one also the same stuff. So for about that thing, you do not need to worry about. It's convenient as it can get. And it's fairly, I should say, it's like not fairly, but it's super convenient that it is like that. So you do not have to worry about, well, I'm going to have like 15 items of the same like legendary, like 15 swords, and I have to also make sure that I will going to get the specific set of stats on that item. No, you already have, like, stat-wise, it's going to be the same. Only numbers change. Okay, so here is the place where you fight against Lokarr. It's going to remind you immediately of the Crucible Gladiator, because it is Crucible Gladiator. And there is your Lokarr. Idea is to... There are multiple ways of how you can beat him. I like to utilize the... beat him before his minions are going to show up. Well, this time around wasn't quite successful, but it's only one. So we can kind of neglect that. And there he dies. After that, there is also items that you can collect here. Sometimes those 2 chests can give like 4 legendaries. Sometimes. Sometimes they will not. But most important thing here is not those legendaries, it's this thing. From that boss, you farm Lokarr set. This set is very good for speed leveling your alternative characters. And you need 4 set pieces. So farming him until you get 4 set pieces, and you're good to go. Greatest thing here is, of course, well, resistances is good, but we are most, like, what is concerning us is, of course, that plus 40% experience earned, as well as +1 to all skills. Amazing. Quite an amazing item. We add to this thing, Potion of Clarity, which is going to give you, for 1 hour, it's going to give you plus 100% more, and then I will also going to show you a couple of rings that will going to give experience, and basically it's going to make the leveling process of your secondary characters super fast. But in order to do that, you have to first things first, you have to level your first character without all of that.
That skill's not ready.
Then get him a good gear so that he will be able to farm Lokarr, and then farm that set, get those potions, and you are good to go. It's not the dark one, but I'll take it. A legendary is a legendary. And this time around we'll go up until the end of this place, which is not that far. It's just 2 packs of enemies and that's it. Usually nothing good drops here, so it is what it is. To the main menu we go and back into the game. So, time to sell items
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
that I don't need.
See you around.
We'll scrap metal.
I can't do that yet.
I'll keep you stash safe.
Wow, way too many legendaries. Way too many. Okay, this one goes here, and what also? Oh, there it is. Okay, full set acquired, which is good.
I'll keep an eye on this. I'll give you a good price of what we've got left. See you around. Got something you need stashed?
Later on off stream I will going to deal with all of that stuff, like all of the items, place them where they should be. For now we have a little bit more time to do something else. Okay. Let us go and clear the...
That skill's not ready.
What should we clear? Shards again. Maybe.
I do the best I can with what I've got.
We can do the shards again.
Bring me back any
I
blueprints.
can't do that yet.
Do them one more time.
The shattered realm. Away. How far shall...
And once again, 65, 66. The best, like, speed-wise as well as loot-wise,
That skill's not
probably the best, like, that you can farm when it comes to shards. Because, like, come on, you can get 12 legendaries for doing that. 12 legendaries for not that much of a work. Increased armor, no. For 65, 66, at least with my build, I do not need that increased armor or the cost of offensive ability. Oh, cow level again. I gotta find a leads or a huge like pack of enemies. Also, I kind of completely forgot to tell this, but in case if you will going to have a desire to watch some beginner-friendly content for Grim Dawn, there is a chance for you to do so on our YouTube channel. We have quite some beginner-friendly videos for Grim Dawn that will going to explain you more about resistances, about monster totems, which you most definitely will going to encounter, and some of them, although some of them may be easier to pass through, some of them will going to provide you with more of a challenge. So having to know how to distinguish monster totems one from another, there is a video that will going to help you with that. So supposedly Venture is the nemesis boss that should work against range characters, because he has the snare, that kind of stuff. Now for this character, he doesn't necessarily become a problem like once he's by himself. Maybe if I'll pick something that is more like kite-based. Okay, this is absolutely bad. The amount of enemies that are storming in are quite a lot. My favorite, I should say my favorite, like the visual perspective and how different it played was and is the class that you see right now. Most definitely it's going to be this class. Because to me it felt quite unique to play something like this.
I can't do that yet.
I should also say another class that I am kinda into is the mage, although I never played him. I liked... There is something about mages that I enjoy. Though one of my first characters that I played in this game was a demolitionist with the demolitionist that throws fire cocktails. This was one of my first class. I tried to play him on hardcores multiple time, on hardcore difficulty multiple time. I also played a little bit of a necromancer with skeletons, basically an army of dead with a whole bunch of skeletons. Now I know I didn't play optimal, I know that I made lots of mistakes when leveling, putting skills not where they should be placed and all that kind of stuff, but I just... Back in the day, I wanted to experiment. But yeah, probably one of my most favorite is classes with dual pistols. There are two, as far as I know, that you can play, and those are Tactician, which is a combination of Soldier and Inquisitor, or Purifier, which is Demolitionist and Inquisitor. And I most like them because of the way that they... Not in many action RPGs will you actually play a character that is going to be armed with two pistols and that is going to rain fire on your foes. In Diablo 3 there was Demon Hunter, but this class was played with either two-handed crossbow or double crossbow and stuff, but not with pistols. And in general, when I play, I am playing not something that is always super great when it comes to like how well it performs. I pick by preference how I like to play this character, like what I like about it. Performance comes after that, because you may play the most the most overpowered character, but you will be bored because it doesn't suit your playstyle or something like that. While playing, you should have fun. Okay, I should have taken out the healer first. And yeah, most definitely do not be afraid of, like, try to play various different characters, because there is a ton of combination of available classes, especially considering the fact that you can dual class. There's a whole bunch of stuff to choose from, and a lot of them have something unique. So just have fun. Have fun playing this game. Gotta find a huge pack of enemies. And I'm happy to hear that. Happy to hear that you are doing good now, and most definitely you made a great choice by picking up this game. This game is still receiving some updates, it's still receiving like more new items are being added, as well as some locations are being added. There is a lot of stuff you can do in this game. Okay, who is there? Zentarian and Benjamin. For some reason I like to call him Benjamin, but he is Benjar. they soon have to release like new updates, a new patch that is going to add even more items, a new type of monster totem, as well as a couple of new locations with quest lines, which is going to be pretty interesting, especially for you, since you've just started the game and stuff. I'm going to show you like one of the locations that they are going to improve, not improve, but create in the next patch. I'm gonna sell items like later off stream. So location about which I was talking about. So probably remember, like in Twin Falls, you most likely have seen this bridge, and we never were able to cross it. Like,
That skill's not ready.
never were we able to cross it ever since this game was released. And so on the new patch that they are planning to release, this is going to be like one of the new locations that we are going to receive. So this bridge, we will be able to repair this, cross it, and there will be an absolutely new location which we never have seen, which is going to have something to deal with this area, so that we will be able to get somehow to Tyrant Hold and see what's going to be there. Another stuff that they will going to add is, of course, the new type of monster totem, which by the looks of it, by the color of the monster totem, it will going to have to deal with mages faction from the second DLC, where the Tomb of Heretic is. There are a lot of mages there, and judging by the color, people have already made assumptions that it's going to be their monster totem. As well as a ton of more items, and another location is going to also be added, though I don't know where it is. So besides that thing, there will also going to be another one. So they still are adding more and more content into the game, which is great, because the game deserves attention. The game is very interesting, especially as you are leveling and passing through the campaign. Very interesting and very entertaining to level up your characters, to get yourself into the lore, to see various different locations, and to have fun. So, most definitely, those of you who are still on the indecisive on whether or not you should pick this game and give this game a chance, most definitely do it. And most definitely I want to encourage you to buy this game with DLCs included, because DLCs are going to provide you a hell lot of content, new classes, as well as more devotions, as well as more items, enemies, and various different stuff. Like, if you are willing to give this game a try, give it a try, and most definitely do it with DLCs included, because they are that good. Now, it's about time for us to finish this stream, today's stream. It was great to answer your questions. It was great to speak with the chat, to hear what they have to say, answer the questions that they have asked, and to help them in various different ways. On the next stream we will continue on, though with what we will continue on? We will continue on with Grim Dawn, but we will going to see what is going to be done on that stream. Maybe some more farming in Shattered Realms, maybe something else, maybe a completely new character starting from beginning, which is going to be also quite interesting to do. We will see. Anyway, most certainly I'm going to be saying thank you to all of you who have been watching today. Thank you to everyone. I will be expecting to see you all on the next stream. If you have missed this stream or previous streams, everything is uploaded on our YouTube channel. Everything is there for you to see, for you to watch and entertain yourself, and also learn something new about the game if you decide to watch those edited videos that are going to explain more stuff about Grim Dawn, about certain mechanics such as monster totems, such as components that you would need to equip for various different locations, so that you would experience less pain from enemies. As well as some more stuff about bosses' dangerous attacks, how you should avoid them, what to expect, and many other things. Link to our YouTube channel is present in the Twitch tab section, with links to social medias as well, so that you would know how to contact us directly. Schedule is also present there, so that you would know when I stream or when my brother streams, on what day and what time. As well as there is an option for you to support this channel if you'd like to. There is always an option for you to do that. There are multiple ways: spread the word, or support financially by subscribing, by pledging to Patreon. Everything is completely optional. Everything comes with a reward, so if you want, you can do this. It's completely optional, so it's up to you to decide. Anyway, thank you all for today's participation. Thank you all for showing your interest, for sharing your thoughts, as well as asking questions. I am wishing you all the best. As much health, as much luck, as much whatever you would like to have. I wish that to you. And we will be seeing each other on the next stream. Take care of yourselves, and goodbye!